Yep. There we go. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Town of New Shoreham, Monday, September 13th, regular meeting, our 6 o'clock session. The Town of New Shoreham is meeting will occur in person. To see supporting documents for this agenda, they're listed on ClerkBase under clerkshq.com, New Shoreham, Rhode Island, and the meeting can be watched on YouTube. on the New Shoreham YouTube channel. Item number one on the agenda, we have, I'd just like to make a motion to amend the council agenda for informational purposes only under Rhode Island General Laws 42-46-6B regarding Champlin's Realty Associates versus Paul E. Lamont et al., consolidated with the town of New Shoreham versus Coastal Resources Management Council of the state of Rhode Island. This item may be held in closed session pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws 42-46-5A2 for discussions pertaining to litigation. I would entertain a motion on that. Motion would be in order. Yeah, I did make the motion.
You made a motion.
Yeah.
Second. And that's gonna be for the 7 o'clock.
We were gonna do, motion,
Right.
motion made and seconded, so the discussion would be if we could put it, actually in number 2 and have the regular meeting item number 1, start at 1. So we'll do this after the discussion about the island home. All those in favor? Keith?
Yes.
I'm in favor. Sven?
Aye.
Mark's in favor. Sven's in favor. Motion will carry 4-0 in Councilor Ball's absence. Item number 1 on the agenda is to discuss and act on the acquisition of real estate. We haven't gone into closed session yet.
This item will be in this first item of the 7 o'clock meeting.
This item number 1, The first item on-
Home discussion will be at the 7 o'clock meeting.
we're discussing it at 6.
Oh, you're open, this is closed session.
We haven't actually gone into it yet, so, it's open right now. So we have a 6 o'clock agenda with, the discuss and act on the island home acquisition. And then we have a number 2, that we just added to discuss, just for discussion purposes only, what happened, at the Champlin's hearing, the result of that. So I'm about to make a motion to go into closed session if I'm so advised by council. I think, yeah. So, thank you, Kristen. Okay, so discuss the item number 1 on the agenda is discuss and act on acquisition of real estate at the Island Home at Plat 5, Lot 92, where the premature disclosure would adversely affect the public interest. This item may be held in closed session pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws 42-46-5A5. Any discussions or considerations related to the acquisition of real or lease of real property for public purposes or of the disposition of publicly held property wherein advanced public information would be detrimental to the interest of the public. And Rhode Island General Laws 42-46-5A7, a matter related to the question of the investment of public funds where the premature disclosure would adversely affect the public interest. Public funds shall include any investment plan or matter related thereto, including but not limited to state lottery plans for promotions. Do we have Kathy Merle around the line? Marion, is there anything we can offer to the public before we go into closed session? Not at this point? All right, then. I will make a motion that we go into closed session for this item. Seconded by Keith. All those in favor? Mark? Sven? I'm in favor. Keith?
Yes.
Keith's in favor. Motion to go into closed session will pass by a vote of 4-0 in the absence of Councilor Ball. So we're now in closed session. Am I good to go, Millie? I'll make a motion. We're now out of closed session. I will make an announcement that no votes were made in item 1 or 2. And make a motion to seal the minutes.
Second?
Seconded by Sven. All those in favor? Keith
Yes.
and Martha?
Aye.
I'm in favor.
Aye.
Sven's in favor, Mark, and motion carries 5-0. Thank you all. We will begin our 7 o'clock meeting immediately.
Right, 30 seconds to get water.
Yeah, go ahead. The chief did go for a ride around the block. Nice.
Thanks for your patience, everyone.
Yeah, they're all drunk. Sven's getting a drink. We're gonna wait for Sven. Did you have dinner? Okay, good evening, everybody, and welcome to the New Shoreham Town Council meeting for Monday, September 13th, 2021, the 7 o'clock meeting. Item number 1 on that docket is public comment. Does anybody have any public comment tonight? Hi, Bill. Sorry? Do we have anything to repeat, to say on that? Any votes? No votes were taken. You're welcome. Kristen Bauman, if you could stand up to the microphone,
Yeah.
that's,
I'm Kristen Bauman, resident of High Street. I think I can make public comment because this is a separate agenda item from the meeting before,
right, no, it's public comment. You can speak to us on anything you'd like.
but no, it's on the agenda.
Anything that's following agenda.
I don't know. Anyway, just making sure. My questions are, I'm curious about the previous meeting. I don't know how you get on a list to be considered for the town to purchase your home. What that process is, how that process works, what your ideas are. It seemed that that was the first we had seen of that publicly. So I'm curious about that, and I hope we get information about that. And I'm assuming that we have time to get that information, because I was here and was removed from the room, and I did notice that the finance director was not in the room. So I'm assuming you're not very far in the process, since you're not talking about money yet. So I'm hopeful that the residents can be a part of that conversation, and that's my comment.
Yeah, that, I can say that property is actually listed on the MLS site. So it's like a sale, like it's purchasing the town. The discussion was, centered around that MLS site. It's listed publicly. So I can say that I guess I can say that we just met to discuss to see if there was any interest in that. And that's,
I don't know what property you're speaking of.
it's on the agenda. It's the Island Home. It's on,
Lot 92.
yeah,
Next to Burger. Thank you.
you're welcome. Anybody else?
Was it clear? Was it clear? Is this working?
Yes.
It was a bank foreclosure. That's the listing we're talking about.
Yeah, so it's a bank foreclosure, but it's listed on MLS.
Well, I have approached different counselors about purchasing my home, and had a short conversation with the town manager about that. So my home is not listed on the MLS. I'd rather do a private sale, so I'm wondering how that process works for me.
I'm not going to comment no, I can't comment on the conversations you've had with counselors or the town manager.
So that's not part of the process. I didn't do the process correctly.
I think we're talking, Mary Ann, help me out here, because I don't know the conversation that you've had here.
Kristen has spoken to a couple of counselors. I was walking on the street on Golden Way, and I was walking my way, she was walking the other way, and she said, I may be interested in doing it. So, interested? Well, Charlene, make an appointment and we can chat tomorrow. Okay.
Thank you. Anybody? Good. Anybody else? Public comment? Hearing none. First item on the agenda is, second item on the agenda is report from Dr. Thomas Workup, Block Island Medical Center Director regarding COVID-19 and public health. It's coupled with discuss and act on an emergency town ordinance to mitigate the spread of COVID-19 to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the residents of and visitors to the town, which are immediately imperiled by the unforeseen circumstance of a large spike in the increase of COVID-19 cases in the town, as reported by the Block Island Medical Center. I see Tom Workup's in the audience this evening. Thanks for coming, Tom. Do you have an update for us? Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, the state's seen a bit of a rise, we had a 15% rise since Labor Day. We on the island continue to get a handful per week, which has been pretty stable for us. So the 100 or 100,000 K number went from 181, which was our first dip in a while, back up to 208, which is a 15% rise. Hospitalization cases are going up from 120 to 140 with 4 fatalities yesterday, so it's definitely back up on the rise. You're seeing a slow, kind of a discrepancy where you have a 2.5% positivity rate last week. I'm sorry, this week, but 3.3% last week. I think you'll see that spike start to go back up again. It's like a rolling 7-day average rather. And yesterday was at 2.9% up from the 2.5. So I think you're going to start to see it rise up again. I did an evaluation over the last year. You can see the graphs. We're exactly where we were in April of 2020. And it took us about 7 to 10 weeks to get out of that rise. The only difference in our particular cadence is that we're up on that plateau longer than we were back in April. We're that small up and down bell curve. We're holding on to the top of the curve. As you can see that we're at 200 cases, 203 cases this week that are hospitalized, so we're kind of right at that maintenance phase right now. A bit of a comparison. So SK right now at 100,000 is 6,700. Charleston's at 8,800. New Shorehams at 11,000, and Narragansett at 11,400. So we're almost exactly what Narragansett and their penetrance into the community for 100,000. And the variant sampling continues to be very consistent. 2,600, 2,560 samples. 31% continue to be the Alpha variant. 13% continue to be the Delta variant, which is pretty consistent with what we've had. So even though there's a very large Delta variant penetration throughout the country, Rhode Island we've been fortunate to keep it on sub 20%. There is a slight testing change. The testing will now happen from 10:30 to 12:30 at the fire barn Tuesdays and Thursdays. So 10:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. Tuesdays and Thursdays at the fire barn. Remember again, based on the state's allocation of resources for schools with the rapid testing, only PCR testing will be done. So that Binax tests can be redeployed for schools across the state, including our school here at Block Island. So overall, unfortunately, a little bit of a spike. I think we could have expected that over the last quarter of the weekend throughout the state, and hopefully that will continue to get better soon.
Thank you. So cases here,
Tend to be about 4 or 5 a week.
just can you give us an idea where they're coming from? Is it tight? Is it close quarters living, or?
Tend to be very spread out.
Okay.
I'm not seeing what appears to be publicly to be originating from a large gathering or something. We usually get a lot of disruptive individuals that maybe came from, a couple individuals that came from out of state, came back here to quarantine, and then obviously family members in contact with those individuals. The school's been doing a great job. They're getting some people within the school community We continue, we talk on a regular basis. They're handling the protocols, which are somewhat confusing really well, but we don't seem to have any discrete pockets that we're aware of.
Thank you. Any questions for the doctor, counsel? No, Martha? Any questions for the doctor and the public?
Comment.
Huh?
Is it a comment? I mean, we've still got, what, a month to go, is it? Columbus Day? And I know we all tend to want to think somehow magically the world goes away once Labor Day comes, and it hasn't in a very long time, despite our faulty memories. And just everybody bear with us and stay the course. That's up to us.
Thank you, Martha. Anybody have any comments on the topic? It's combined with the mask mandate. Does anybody want to discuss that this evening?
If I could.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess, Andre, I know you're gone for the next 3 weeks.
3 weeks.
Oh, is there a meeting in
Nope.
between or not?
Nope.
Okay. So
Our next meeting is October
I
4th.
mean, unless something happens.
Yeah, of course. Next meeting is October 4th.
Regular meeting.
Yeah. I mean, I think the overall reception, and I know Lars isn't here, the overall reception of getting masks, and again, we thank Keith Hostime and everybody else, Lars handing them out, Dr. Warkup helping get them. I think that was a very positive thing in the island. Again, I think that the chief has been incredibly helpful in sort of managing this, obviously been put in a tough spot. Maybe in October, unless anybody wants to do it now, I would love to revisit the mandate as much just to see where things are and what's really going to trigger a change. Is it a decline? Is it a rapid decline? Like how, from a process point of view, how do we sort of rethink and how do we rethink masks right now? And if we want to, so maybe when you get back, or let's say anybody wants to do it now. I think this is going to be here for a long time. And I think Dr. Warkup said that the other day. It's not a quick, this won't be done in 6 months. This is going to be many, many years and booster shots, and it's a virus. So I just think we need to really build a long-term plan from a mask point of view.
Thank you, Sven. Anybody comments, masks, anything? Hearing none. Next, thank you, doctor, for coming. Next item on the agenda is boards, committees, and commissions discussed on an appointment to commission on the Motor Vehicles for Hire Committee. Anybody? Is there any other boards and committees that need people? Because I know the Sea Level Rise Committee, they were discussing a large committee, and I don't see the numbers coming in of people that want to do that. So I'm wondering if it'll help if we also put that on the agenda along with this as a placeholder.
I think we've gotten, I saw a note from Brian Wilson. I mean, I think we've gotten a note.
Yes.
How many do we have?
You had two today, I think you got counted 4 altogether.
And you weren't you discussing a committee of 9? Yeah. Yeah. I'm just seeing, yeah, and I will say, like, anybody out there who wants to be on the Sea Level Rise Committee. So far we have 4 people.
I thought it was more than that. I think it's more like 6, but it doesn't.
6?
It can't hurt to put that.
Yeah.
You'll be getting another one.
Maybe we'll see some new faces on that. All right, so no action on that tonight. Number 4, verbal report of the town manager, public works, finance, school, library, administration, harbors, broadband, police, roads, and cable.
How about that? Is that better? Okay, where was I? Self-direct activities, there were 53 of these activities with 689 folks participating. Harbor, briefly with Harbor, I also have a year-end report here that the staff, as I stated yesterday at the Committee for Great Salt Pond meeting, the staff did a phenomenal job this year, as always, managing our harbor. Kate was in her second year as the harbor master. There weren't that many incidents. They responded to 4 incidents where they had needed a police presence. They had 6 EMS calls on a patrol boat. They issued 72 notice of violations, 44 were with fines. They had a number of new dredging projects, which we report about in previous reports. Pump out program continues to be very successful with the fleet of 5 pump out boats. Seasonal revenues, these are preliminary numbers, pretty final. Mooring rentals are $460,000 for 67 for this year. Kate has given me 5 years. That's the highest we've seen. Old Harbor revenue, 129,508, which is also a high number that we've seen. Shellfishing, 60,858, also a 5-year total. And that's all. I do apologize for my report being brief, but just returning today.
One quick question.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask the council. that any
sorry.
comments on the thing, but go ahead.
Marianne, I do know yesterday at the Great Salt Pond meeting, you talked a little bit about Andy's Way. Could you just give an update to everybody here?
Sure, Andy's Way, what we decided, if the council remembers last spring, because of the timing of it, we decided to hold off on that project because it was close to when the season was starting. Those bid specifications are in the final stages. We need to advertise those bids, which we anticipate having the advertisement ready and ready by the end of this week, early next week. And then we'll go out to, we'll solicit a bid, see what we get for bids. And if we get a few bids or even one bid, I anticipate this project to be completed probably by late October, early November at the latest.
Where are we? Where are we on the sign that has the history of Andy's Way?
We haven't started that process yet. That'll be part of the process of the construction.
Okay. Is that both scenic Block Island and I know it's beyond, way beyond their purview, but Old Harbor Task Force have got good track records with putting those things together.
Any more comments from the council? Public? Town managers report, comments? Hearing none, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the report of the finance director. Thanks for coming. It's been a while. Yes, it's nice to see you. We will go ahead.
You should have in your packets August financials. Obviously, we're only 2 months into the year, but I think it's a good time to get reoriented and acquainted with the budget and where we're headed for the next 2 months, and lay a little bit of groundwork. I'd like to quickly turn pages, if that's okay. Starting on page 2.
1 second. Go ahead.
Which is where you'll see tax revenue.
This is on clerk base if anybody has a tablet or a phone, so you can jump into it if you want.
And I'll actually start with the preface that, of course, when we're looking at the current year that we're in, fiscal year 22, and a comparison against last year, fiscal year 21, which is on the right side, that prior year is obviously very subject to COVID fluctuations, both in its budget and in the actuals. So it's not necessarily appropriate or fair to do year-to-year comparisons in all cases. And we'll try to pick on when that's real and when they're fake and when the rules have changed. But year over year may not always be a relevant measure. In this case, if you look at that top line for property tax collections in the current year, you can see through August, we've collected just over $5 million. which is 25% of what we budget for the year. That's actually pretty consistent historically. We collect a lot of our taxes in the first quarter. The prior year number, you can see all the way over to the right at 29%. That's because last year's tax bills went out very late because the state budget was finalized very late, everything was pushed back. But that current year, 45% of the revenue is probably what we expect to be. So that's on track, it's not just a touch higher than. And then the second line down, prior property tax collections, you can see we've collected 50% of our budget so far this year. That's again, right around where we expect to be. It's probably more accurate because we've done our budgeting for that year. That 275,000 in our budget for fiscal year 22 is a really solid number. Sometimes we say over. Any questions on taxes in general or specific to what you see in front of you?
I just have a quick question, maybe, especially,
Keith,
about reading the spreadsheet. Would you define for us what variance is and why it's useful for us?
Keith, I'm sorry to bother you. Could you repeat
Oh,
that
yeah.
into the microphone?
Could you just define variance for us and tell us why it's useful to us?
Sure, it's gonna
Thank
be
you.
the difference between what you budgeted for the year and what you either collected or expended to date. We don't budget by month. You're gonna see the total amount for the year. In some departments, you're gonna collect a lot up front. Harvard's is a great example, because our year starts July 1. In other cases, things are gonna be spread out evenly through the year, or even backloaded. Some revenue that we don't collect until spring. So that variance is good to pay attention to, as much as understanding the patterns and routines that we expect.
Amy, what, just a ballpark number, how many people pay full taxes as soon as possible? Just a percentage.
Yeah, don't hold me to this.
I'm more curious than anything.
My guess would put us in the 20 to 25% range. I can work backwards and get you a real number, but that's just fine. That's always been high for us, compared to other communities. We have another population that pays twice a year, August and then February.
Perfect.
You want to move on to page 3, where you'll see your license. Most of these are going to be set by statute. So sometimes we look at the fee schedule and those are the constraints on what we can collect here. And two of the big drivers are other clerks' licenses and fees. Year to date, $37,530. You can see that's 20% of our annual budget. That's running actually a little ahead of historical. Last year, we had a tremendous year in other clerks fees. You can see we were already at 56,000. That was driven by primarily all the sales and transfers. That has slowed a bit, but we're still running ahead of historical trends. So that's one to watch. And then the line below it, building permits. Again, that 36,568 year to date is pretty consistent over time, but that's a number that's been spiky. So you can see last year through the end of August, we were at 18,000. The year prior to that, we were about 35,000. The year before that, we were down at 7. So while on average, we are where we expect to be, that's a little less predictable. And so what that means for the rest of the year is probably a little unclear. As those bigger permits influence our revenue more significantly, it's harder to get a steady stream of it. I'm happy to take questions on some of the smaller lines as well.
One quick question, Amy, is liquor licenses, are that's a state mandate level or is that our level from a licensing?
We are at the state maximum for all.
That's what I thought we were. Okay, thank you.
you'd like to turn to page 4, you'll see some of our other town fees and incomes. These are where the town might have more discretion in setting the levels. And I'll call your attention first to the harbors, which are, maybe in the top third of the page. Year-to-date rental moorings, $338,167. As the town manager mentioned, it was a great year at the harbors in terms of revenue. They did have a fee increase both in Old Harbor and New Harbor. It was implemented for this summer. When you adjust for that, our levels have been pretty consistent with fiscal year 19 in the harbor, which is a very healthy level we have. But I wanted to know how much was fee driven and how much was population driven. So in a lot of places in the harbor, we're right at the 2019 baseline, which is great. Old Harbor, very similar, $114,154 year to date, obviously much higher than last year at this time, but probably more consistent with where we expect to be. Plus the rate increase and the additional mortgage that they were able to access because of the extensive dredging last year. So that's a big component of the amount of revenue is how much that space can actually be rented. If you can take your eyes a little bit further down the page, Fred Benson Beach other income, year to date $56,155. This is the line that's really impacted by the weather this summer. You can see it's pretty comparable to last year, but that's not at all in line with historical numbers. Prior years, we were at 90,000, 70,000, 86,000 at the end of August. But just to know that that number is pretty far off of historical. This department does continue on to the next page. Their total year to date $665,000.
Amy, quick question, is it worth, without creating a work for work's sake, is it worth to set up a 5-year average sort of for a prior year benchmark or looking at plus minuses, or have 2019? I agree with you that last year probably an anomaly, I hope. I'm just thinking about, is there a way to have actually a reference that's a little bit more normal? I mean, is that, if that wouldn't be, we can all talk about whether it's 5 years or what it is. I just think something that, without you having to explain it each time, at least gives us a balance as to what are outliers versus just a bad year last year. That would be helpful.
Amy, is there a button on that computer that can spit out a graph too, to simplify it, much the same as the power company provides that for the users on a monthly basis?
Here is at what level would you like to see that?
Very small.
Yeah.
Line by line, which is where you get some of these nuances, is going to be too much information to look at.
Mm-hmm.
If there are certain things you'd like to call out, I'm happy to drop in maybe a half dozen or a dozen of the most relevant or most interesting. That's right, to get really busy. The question? On the next page, page 6, you have state aid, which does not come in very materially in the summer. But I do want to catch you up on some of the unusual behavior that we saw that's actually related to June. And at the end of fiscal year 21, for the month of June, our hotel tax was $79,000, which is more than double any other month. And when we get to our year-end financial review, you'll see that we actually caught up a significant amount of our hotel and meals tax with those June numbers. They're clearly not related just to June activity. And so we're still unpacking and understanding that quite a bit. My guess is that you had businesses remitting on a different schedule. But again, it really changed the dynamic of how we thought fiscal year 21 was gonna wrap up. So again, it's in a different set of financials, but I think once all that to your attention, it gets harder to predict when the trends don't hold. And all of a sudden, you got to be late for it. We'll see what July and August bring.
Did you expect in that line item to catch up as well for the 497? I assume that's about the schedule of remittance of the tax.
Yeah, that's where we did suddenly catch up last
Yeah,
year.
gotcha.
But you have a 2-month lag in when the town gets those funds.
Yes.
So the June comes in August,
Mhm.
which is why that's new information for us. And like I said, it's through the whole curve. Page 7, you have grant revenue. Unless there are other questions.
Yeah, sharing thing. I would love to have on an agenda coming up in a month or two, a little bit about the whole grant process and not just how, but rather with all the infrastructure grants, or let me put it even this way, federal grants, federal assist, all that, the potential monies out there. I know, and Chris Warfel raised this, I think, last meeting. There are opportunities out there. Obviously, we have gone after a number of things, broadband being an example. And I would really love to sort of dissect that, whether that is opportunities as we think about infrastructure dollars, as we think about federal dollars, because I think there's a lot more money out there than there is. And my question is, am I just pipe dreaming? And so I just would love to have a discussion about it down the road in the next couple of months. Thank you.
Can I agree with that 100%. One of the things I worry about, I have it on. One of the things I get concerned about is whether we have the bandwidth that's necessary to keep track of that stuff. It just comes down. It seems to be coming very quickly. And I wonder whether there's value in figuring out whether to retain someone to do that kind of work for us, to sort of give us a heads up about grants, or I don't know. I just, that worries me that that one's gonna come along that we miss. That could be important. Yeah. We did come through that. Yeah. Anyway, thank you.
Can, before, we got one more page. When we get to expenses, I think it'd be difficult because you've got the papers to. Can you do it, or do you need somebody to move the microphone for you? Okay. Somebody has to move the mic, somebody has to reach up for the microphone.
Okay.
We can't tell.
It's not on.
I asked somebody to monitor tonight.
Go ahead, Amy.
Thank you.
So grant revenue, which is on page 7, is where we would start to see some of those dollars flow through. We're able to secure them. And then the other larger item on the page, which is labeled CRF and ARP right now, $153,937. That's the beginning of those recovery funds coming through. I think we're going to talk more about those as a group next month. So I won't get into too much detail on that. Let's schedule that for October. Unless, Marianne, do you want to add anything?
No, well, we had originally planned to schedule that on the Wednesday meeting in 2 days, but when this meeting got changed, I was out and we weren't going to be prepared to discuss, but that was going to be one of the agenda items. So Amy and I discussed putting it on the meeting in October. So we have talked about that. And all those monies that are potentially out there.
And then on page 8, you have the final revenue category, which is reserves and transfers. I think we talked about these a fair amount. So you have the land trust reimbursement of their debt service. And then we have a transfer from the infrastructure fund, $508,000 budgeted for some of those capital projects. Questions on revenues in general or specifically?
I mean, I don't know whether this is the right time for it, but I think we all get a fair bit of commentary about our property taxes and our property tax system. And I wonder, as we're going through revaluation, if there wouldn't be some value in looking at, for example, I know that the state permits homestead exemptions, the state permits differential property tax rates. And it's something that I don't know a lot about, but I think that it is a worthwhile exercise for, if whether it's all 5 of us sitting down and talking it through, or whether it's a couple of us sitting with you and Mary Ann to sort of talk through what the options are and have a conversation about that, so, and talk to the community about it. It's just, there are a couple of tools available that I think, personally, I think we ought to be looking at.
Anybody else? Thank you, Keith. Anybody else? Go ahead, Amy.
And the discrepancy between some residential and some commercial that seems rather extreme.
That's what I was getting at. I was trying to do it in a, well, I mean,
More subtle way.
yeah.
Keith.
If we're being frank about it, what I hear is there are a lot of commercial impacts on the town budget. Should the tax structure reflect that, I think, is certainly worth looking at.
And so I think rather than us just charging down a path to answer that question, it probably needs a little more direction.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, I think, because Amy and I've had some preliminary discussion about this, and also I think it was something that was started right before I came on board. I think what we'll need to do is find someone with the expertise from the outside to assist us as we go through that process. Because a few communities have done it. So, I can reach out to the League of Cities and Towns and say, okay, who was used with other communities to help them with that stuff? Because you're right, there's homestead exemption, there's a tier tax system, there's many different things you can explore and
Right.
look at. And I think we need to just channel as to what exactly where we want to go or what we're trying to accomplish.
So are you looking to, I'm not sure I agree with that.
Okay.
In terms of the initial conversation. Because I think we have a bit of a timeline issue here as we start to go into budget season. So I think we should have, at the very least, a philosophical / notional discussion. We can all read the statutes and we can all look at what the policies are in Newport and Central Falls, because it's that disparate, and then decide whether, we want to retain someone to look at it. That's my opinion. Right.
And if I can,
So I guess, what do you want us to come back to you folks with?
I don't want you to come back to anything. I'd like to
Okay.
have a meeting to talk about it.
Okay.
That's.
So you want to do it as a workshop discussion?
Sure,
Okay.
or maybe.
I mean, that's not my call, but I'm happy to do that. I'm also happy to, if I'm being the squeaky wheel here, if you want to sit down and talk about it, that's fine too. But I think it's really worth having the conversation.
If I can, just building on that, I think timing is important, just all about budget seasons and planning, because it's not a big discussion. And I think there are 2 very different discussions. One is tiering, whether that's based on residency or income or some form of tiering. And another could be around commercial. And just from a conceptual point of view, How does one do that? How have other towns done it? To your point, getting an expert. And I think we can get a lot more descriptive and get a lot more community input publicly. And I think it would be great. I mean, obviously, nobody really likes to talk about taxes other than lowering them. And here we're talking about shifting, but making it a little bit more, at least the thought would be to make it more equitable. So I think this is something that we need to do as soon as possible, because Amy, I'm sure it would take a long time to actually start laying those pieces out. Not the analysis, but I'm even talking, how do you execute? So sooner the better. And if we can attack it in October, great. Just to start. I mean, I'm talking about starting that dialogue. And I think, and I've had a couple of discussions with folks, that's one part of revenue. And I think there may be other parts of revenue, whether we can look at, hey, what roughly number of building permits are really issued relative to, they sort of don't get a building permit. So little other revenue sources, I think, would be a critical umbrella, but the taxes are a really long ball. And so I think the sooner we can do that, the better.
So I'm looking at the schedule here and we could change this. We already had targeted November 3rd as a preliminary discussion of the fiscal 23 budget. If you think that's too late, do you want to do a special workshop strictly on this in October?
So that raises two questions for me. One is, yes, I think the sooner the better. The other is the budget timeline, which we discussed, when we were in the budget season last February, because I think whether it was because of COVID or because of our ongoing practices, I would very much like to hear from the community about what its budget priorities are, before you guys, so that you don't have to recreate the wheel if, for example, some priorities have changed. And I don't know well enough what the timing is for that, but, so that I would assume it's relatively soon. My bet is you're starting to work on next year's budget already. So, I think the sooner from our perspective we get input, and the sooner from your perspective we get input and thoughts and sense of community priority, the better.
So I'm hearing two different
things.
meetings. That's what I'm
Yep.
hearing. I think we keep the November 3rd as the preliminary budget discussion.
And that's sort of
That's
the
what
second.
that was the
Gotcha.
latter
Terrific.
part of
That's
it.
great.
And then let me work with the clerk and come up with
Great.
the time in October to have this other discussion, because I'm hearing two different
Yep.
discussions.
Definitely two different things. Yes. Thank you, Mary Ann.
Oh, David Lewis.
May I make a comment on this topic? It's frustrating to hearing this conversation, keeping just bringing. Like to take you all back to the weeks in March when we were having the budget discussions, and particularly the community support discussion. And the angst that always takes place, and this year was a little bit more extreme because you had critical issues with the fire department funding, critical issues with the medical center, just to name two, not isolate, not to omit all of the others, but those are the ones carrying the job. And the consensus of the council, my recollection at that time was, we need to build revenue. And we need to do it. We can't be making a diamond on the topic, the topic, because small fees aren't going to get the kind of revenue that you need to do what council and these members of the community think is necessary to move the community forward in the next 20 years. The only way you're going to get that is through restructuring the tax methodology. So it's sort of, and at that time, my recollection was that we would begin to talk about that in October. Yet we seem not to be ready to talk about it in October. So it's also my opinion, I have no basis to facts on what I'm going to say next, but I would think you're not going to pull off a tax restructure between now and next spring. It's probably 2 or 3 years away. So we're already behind the curve. There's my thinking. So I just want to leave with those thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I get your frustration. I'm prepared to have the conversation anytime, but the good thing is we're talking about it and we're setting a meeting in October and hopefully we're gonna press on. You know, with whatever that ends up being, you know.
Thank you, David, for those comments. Appreciate that. Keith as well. We ready to move on to next, Amy's next?
So moving on to expenses, page 9 starts with administration. You know, when we talk about already starting the budget process for next year, one of the things that started us working on is the visual representation of the department like the administration, because when you look at it right now, I get that it's overwhelming. And just a lot of numbers on the page, but really starting to break some of those functions out more clearly so that you can see the town clerk functions, the town manager functions, the legal line, those things are easier to find on the page. And so that's one of the things we'll be looking through as we put together the presentation next year. There's also going to be a little bit of shifting around between departments. An example would be the Director of Public Works, which is line number 5107. It was budgeted as part of administration, and you'll also find the facilities manager 5106 as part of the administration. We are showing the expense for the Director of Public Works in the Highways and Maintenance Department. And there's a little bit of a disconnect there, but it's starting to reflect a shift of the organization in that direction. And I think you'll see that formalized throughout this year and be reflected in the budget for next year. Marion, is there anything you want to add to that now?
No, the one other thing, Amy's right, we just started some discussion about the budget presentation based on some of the feedback we've heard from the councils. One other item in particular we talked about is, and it's not in here with the budget presentation, is that we're also going to look to put in department head requests, so you can see that also. So those are some of the things, based on the feedback we've received from you folks and others during last year's budget cycle. So the budget this year hopefully will look in a manner with the exact same information, but an easier way for folks to follow and be able to hone in on a specific item.
Great.
Easier.
Can I ask
So
one about that? I would personally like a much more descriptive and detailed sense of what our legal fees are and how they're allocated. So it's virtually impossible to sit here and make a decision, for example, about litigation, about what to pursue, et cetera, unless you have a sense of what those things cost. So, you know, I don't mean that necessarily the gross line is inappropriate. I just think we need to, if it's not happening, direct our solicitor to give us pretty granular bills so that we can make policy decisions about what we're going to pursue legally. You know, I mean, tonight's a great example. If the solicitor is at a closed session for 6 and at a closed session for, you know, whenever it is 9 or 10, are we paying an hourly rate for the entire meeting? So that would inform perhaps a change in the structure of our meetings. You know, those kinds of things. It just would be really helpful as we try to make those decisions. Thank you.
Is this reval for a full year?
It is. So that's a full, yeah, a 9-year.
Yeah, thank you.
Is that underway?
We are behind on it. Needs to be on the. Start to get started, but-
Comments, Raymond? No? Go ahead.
E11 fire rescue EMA, again, this is primarily your dispatch and EMA functions. Where things are relatively stable, most of your costs here are going to be personnel and wages. And we're in a fairly stable environment. The wages there. Page 12. Again, year over year, fairly consistent. If there are some things that we're paying attention to, it's the things that we knew would be challenges, which are wages and staffing. So those aren't surprises, it's just what we need to happen.
Oh.
Other questions?
Yeah, this is where I'm going. So you shifted, explain to me what you're doing with Public Works. Or is that in highways?
It's in high.
Okay. You said that. Thank you, Amy. Why am I at 23? How the heck did that happen? Oh, I understand what I did. It's like 80 degrees in here, or is it only me?
This is another place.
Yeah, Bill, open the window.
Visual grouping to help you distill all those numbers on the page. The more you go.
Good. I'm back.
along the front. We'll probably do the same, if a facilities manager or something like that comes on board with that function, we'll start to reflect it over here, or moving more towards that. Again, presenting that in a more clear way with next year's budget.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
I don't have any particular call out, so if you have questions, you have a look at them.
Oh, Krista, go ahead.
So on the wages for Director of Public Works, at that amount does not come up to 105,000. We expect there'll be more hours or more pay. I remember from financial town meeting, it was told to us that the Director of Public Works would really start in September after a busy summer when time is available. So they're getting paid to do a job they're not doing, or they have been doing that job, or that dollars could increase now that it's September.
My understanding is that it's a fixed allocation of the total salary throughout the year, so it's not tied to hours performed on a weekly basis, but an allocation, a fixed allocation of salary.
Which won't add up to 105. Yes. Okay. But we went to this. Thank you.
I'm sorry that hasn't been clear. I think I've tried to explain that a few times.
Bill McComb.
Have we received any money from the feds or the state, whether it be through, because of the COVID or whatever it might be? When have we, and two, do we anticipate? And if we do, how much is that? Does it go general fund? Kind of three questions.
Sure, we have received only general allocations, so municipal and county allocations. We have not been reimbursed yet for any direct expenses. We have submitted them, but they are not significant, a couple $1,000, I think less than 25, and that can get over the 18 months. So if those were to be approved and come through, they are grant revenue or reimbursements to the general fund.
I'm just trying to follow up on it.
You absolutely can. I'm just doing,
It sounds like it's not a lot of money. Is that, are we getting the same share? Is that the same for every town in the state, or is there a formula?
For those dollars that are allocated by formula, we are being treated like everybody else. And that's both municipal, a town allocation, and a county, since Rhode Island does not have county level government. Those are flowing directly down to the communities as well. We're gonna have a conversation in October with the council about exactly how those funds are going to be allocated and reported. The intent originally had been that those would all be covered. It was anticipated that those would all be covered under lost revenue scenarios. And we're just on the margin of some of those, so I need to continue refining the calculations as to whether we still meet all the criteria for that. So we'll talk about it more.
good. Thank you. Anybody else? Go ahead, Amy.
Page 14, Harvard. Where again, the program was pretty similar to last year. And if there was one thing I would identify as a constraint, it would be to be talking more about the restroom maintenance as we go into next year. That year-to-date number, 28,000, pretty consistent with last year's 30,000. We finished fiscal year 21 at 70,000. And this is going to be all the care and cleaning for the hospitality center, the Old Harbor bathrooms, the smuggler bathrooms, and it's going to be both the cleaning, the supplies, and the pump for those facilities. And not that anything particular needs to be done differently. The cleaning costs have certainly increased over the last 2 years. But that is the number that's
Is that material or people or?
It's primarily, the increase is primarily driven by the cleaning costs, which does have a sort of COVID compliance
Yeah,
letter that was
yeah.
introduced last year as well.
Uh-huh.
So those types of costs are not eligible for the program that Bill mentioned, so those are ours, and that's the kind of place where we can be using those general federal.
Good, Sven.
And is refuse, is the refuse line? Help me?
It will still be high, it will not be that high, we actually bill out to some of the businesses that share that site. And they reimburse us for a portion of the total bill in the season. So that will come down slightly as we recover additional.
Thank you.
Page 15 of the building department. And obviously, there's been a lot of moving parts here in the last year or two. Probably the line that would be privatized, and I'll point your eye to is the consultant building official. This is going to be the function of 40 to performing those building inspection functions. Just because it's a little lower on the page, you may not naturally see it.
Questions, anybody? No? Okay.
Recreation on page 16. As Marianne indicated, the recreation shifting programs again, and glad to be up and running at a little more full speed. Still not totally at 100%, but close. And so these numbers are starting to reflect a more full season, whereas the fiscal year 21 numbers is significantly reduced.
Thank you. Anybody comments on that? Go ahead.
On page 17, library. Again, in terms of expenses, what you're seeing year to date, there's nothing material to call your attention to. Most of the additional expense of facility work is going to be reflected in the Windows project, so it's a little bit off this page.
Any comments on that?
To answer a question, but I would just like to make a comment that was actually, my comments were not disparaging towards the public works director or the process, but like, when can I get off that project? I'm ready for Matt to step in and help me with that Windows project anytime. That's what my comment was about. I'm ready. I'm not, it's not what my profession is, it's not what I get paid for, and it's been a humongous project. And so I'm ready for the help. That's all that I was trying to get.
Anybody else?
And we're about to start the second phase, which is an even bigger project, which I spent all day on today, which again, it's, it's not my job.
I know.
And if I got paid to do that job, I probably wouldn't have to sell my house, but we don't have to do that. Just say.
Yeah.
Any more comments? Anybody else have any more comments on library? Go ahead, Amy.
Again, GIS technology, an area that's moving and shifting to a new program, so we're still getting to the dog side under our belt. And particularly when you look at licenses, permits, licenses and maintenance contracts, that's a number that is not steady throughout the year. As well as their equipment replacement, which is going to be the deployment of those recommendations that we
Questions, anybody? Broadband? Go ahead, Amy.
On page 19, you have boards and commissions. Again, a fairly consistent program, doesn't change much year to year, and we're seeing numbers and staffing that are consistent.
Comments, anyone?
On page 20, you have the community support and school funding.
Any comments, anyone? Community support?
I guess I have one on community support, which I just love to put on the agenda maybe for November or whenever is appropriate. And that's just about Coast Guard Station. I learned, at least the discussion's been going on about CSO housing, whatever it is. This one, as everybody knows, has been a bug on my list, so I just would love to have that discussion sooner than later, just as to plans and what we're gonna do.
Thank you, Sven. Community support? Anybody else? Go ahead, Amy.
Obviously, we don't have budget in the current expenditures so far, but
Hmm.
hopefully that list will grow. So we can move to page 22, which is the capital parks. A lot of these are projects that are either underway or imminent. I'm happy to take questions.
Comments, questions? Capital? Go ahead, Keith.
Are we drawing down the broadband bond yet?
No.
No. Okay. That's just sort of out of the pot until we.
We've been able to finance that with our own cash flow so far. How much longer? It's a
Right.
little touch again.
Yeah.
Once that fire shows up, I think it's then we'll have to. I would actually expect that we'll do a bond anticipation note, a short-term borrowing, because we are still optimistic that we will see an offset of outside funding and not much issue to pull out.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna add-
Go ahead, Martha.
I'm gonna ask it. Harbor's utilities,
Electrical upgrades for the east stuff.
that's it comes up every 20 years
Um,
or every 10 years.
Is that I believe it's, and I'm not an electrician. I believe it was 30 in service, and it was always anticipated that that would hopefully be upgraded to 50, and the program would be starting on that.
I do, I'm sorry I asked. Oh, my Lord. That's been going on since I was treasurer. We're talking the 80s. That freaking dock. Another thing we can,
Carry.
Just as we go into next year's budget, and I think I've said this every year, if I added up all the numbers in the budget, we're at $14,000 for education and training, and given all the changes just from each department, and it just seems that I'd like to continue to revisit that, whether it's clerks learning software, whether it's education on e-permit type stuff or e-entries. I think education and training, if we can get smarter and faster, it always gets better. So as we get into the budget cycle, thank you.
Whether it would make sense to kind of have a blanket policy that if they're under 25 grand, you can sign for us. You know what I mean? I just, one of the things that really concerns me, like we have this we're retaining a lawyer who's undoubtedly terrific, but I don't know anything about this lawyer. You guys have gone through a process to find this person. And presumably we're anxious to have the person start. And I just, I just don't want our process, I guess, to slow down, any momentum, that you're building. And I would imagine that as the permits, start to flow, we will be in this position presumably where we're kind of sprinting along. And I just, like, for example, we don't have another meeting for 3 weeks, and something could come up on broadband between now and then that, that I'm very comfortable with the decision making that you and, that Marianne and Amy engage in. I mean, I don't think, if they're very high numbers, obviously, I think we have, an important oversight function, but for a lot of them that I've seen, going from one switch to another that was $7,000 or whatever, that doesn't seem to make much sense to me.
Thank you, Keith. I think by charter, we have to approve attorneys.
Right.
So attorneys are fine, but I agree with you on the switches.
Right. I guess, and maybe the more important point on things like, I mean, I could imagine a world in which you want to retain somebody to totally to engage on Block Island's behalf with the federal government to try to ensure that we get money for the broadband project. Like that seems to me that would be short money. There are people in Washington who all they do is engage on appropriations. So if we have to pay somebody X number of dollars and they get us in the door with a member of the appropriations committee who says, yeah, Block Island, we ought to give them $2 million. Like, we need to do that. And I'm not going to know who the right person is for that, but it would be worthwhile for the town, I think, to spend some time on that, or the broadband committee to spend some time on that. I know you and Marianne don't have a lot of time on that, but it just seems like there ought to be some A, focus on that, and B, I just want to be clear that I don't want our process or to hinder the speed with which broadband gets deployed to individual houses.
So right now, I don't think anything is happening that is preventing the project to continue along. If it did, Amy and I would make a decision, and I would come back to you and say, based on this timeline and this, and I'd come to you after the fact. But that said, I've seen it done a couple of different ways as it relates to major projects. Something like this, let me just throw some numbers out to you, not that this is what you want to do, but I worked on projects that said any change order over a specific dollar amount can be approved administratively.
Right.
Once the total aggregate change order is total more than 10% of the project, then they start coming forward to us. So
Right.
that's, I've seen it done a couple of different ways.
Yeah.
And I'm open to that.
Can you come to us with a recommendation on what you think
Sure,
makes
I
sense? That'd be
can. I
great.
mean, being new to the town, I
Yeah.
would be more cautious and let the council know what's going on, and before I just take it upon myself to administratively approve something.
Yeah, I mean,
So, yeah, we can look at that and probably come up with something,
We-
which
we
probably
could-
would be really helpful, to be honest.
it could be that people decide they don't want to do that. I'm not,
Right.
I'm just saying, come to us and tell us what
Yeah, let me
might
work on
work.
something like that for the next meeting, because we're going to get into the heavy construction.
Yeah.
season pretty soon with this project. And,
No,
I'm sorry,
we gotta work to start.
so yeah, I'd be happy to come back
Thank
to
you.
you with the game plan for your approval.
So any more comments on the budget? Go ahead.
Was there no summer camp? So I need to ask that. The baseline zero, and I asked the same question. It was misallocated. It has to be since practice. Okay. If it was,
Misallocated. Just summer camp's been misallocated. That's already a good one. Let's know the
That's like
detail on that. I
geniality.
don't think I want to know the detail on that.
Do you want to say or something?
Oh, really?
Laborious, but,
No,
I think
thank
it's
you.
good information to share.
No, this was terrific. Thank you.
Much appreciated. Next item on the agenda. Receive and act on change order number 5 and 6 for Certex LLC.
So.
Mary Ann?
Yeah, I think Amy has graciously said she'll punt for me tonight with some of the stuff as it relates to the change orders and things of that nature.
Back to the microphone.
So this and the next item.
Right, so these are pretty straightforward, and you do have the recommendation from the Mission Project Manager to approve these. The first change order number 5 is related to the engineering for DOT permitting. I think you had previously approved a change order for the engineering related to DEM and CRMC, so this is the third component of that. That's for a total of $55,880. The second change order number 6 is a change in admin equipment for a total of $27,776. And basically, in the time since we started this project, technology has improved. And so the opportunity to upgrade to the 10 big switches is a no-brainer for very little money that wasn't available when we started the project.
Cool.
Highly recommend. And this is basically expanding the pipe in advance. Something that
That's
we
great.
wanted to upgrade later.
I have no idea what any of this means. Mark will explain it to me later.
Who?
It's a bigger pipe. That's all you need to know.
Yeah.
He's not even listening to you. Yeah. Should we make 2 or 1? Is it 1?
Yeah.
It was 5 and 6.
This is 5 and 6.
Do you need one motion for each or?
You can do them together.
All right. Make a motion that we approve change order number 5 in the amount of $55,880, as well as change order number 6 in the amount of $27,776. Seconded by Sven. Any discussion?
Is there gonna be a better product in another 12 months that we're gonna?
Probably.
So you have to switch it that, so it's kind of like putting in a water. Because at the point where you're putting one in, then you go with that, but you don't take out a completely good one to put in a.
Some people
The
do.
one that you
I know, some people do.
will last a significant amount. of
Should never have
time.
done children else for.
Cool. That's a good way to put it.
You obviously all in their house.
Motion has been made and seconded. Hearing no more questions. All those in favor? Mark?
I'll say yes, we like it, like, it seems to be going up and up and up.
Sven?
Yes.
I'm in favor. Martha?
Aye.
Keith?
Yes.
Motion will carry 5-0. Next item on the agenda is act and discuss retention letter of Viral Dana LLP to perform legal services for the island-wide broadband project. Marion, I know there's something in the packet for council. Trust you've read it.
I'm gonna take that, to Marianne, and she can back me up with you.
Okay.
So you do have a proposed engagement letter from Scott Anderson of Carolina. This is specialized legal counsel for broadband work, starting specifically with utility easement considerations related to the DEM permit for the island wide network. So this is a real niche specialty on this one. Both DEM and CRMC have been very accommodating towards this project, which as a municipal project involves both public and private permissions, and we're digging in both spaces. And it doesn't fit very neatly into their administrative processes or their regulations. So navigating that and agreeing with DEM on the necessary representations that need to be made, both by the private parties and by the town, in a way that DEM can accommodate, is an aspect that the town needed assistance with. And we want to get it right from the start on that one. Mr. Anderson is an expert in utility easements, and he was agreed to assist us with this work. So he's actually pretty far through this process. It has not been as intensive as his initial estimates indicated, which is great. I don't have a dollar number that's assigned to that at the moment. His preliminary work was initially in the $3,000 range. So just to give you a sense of scale. And then since he is fairly far along, we expect it not to be a long engagement, but we want to be able to retain him for any follow-up questions that DEM may have, or if CRMC or any related agencies or additional issues that
Absolutely.
might come up, retain him for those questions as well.
I just have
Go
one quick one, and that is, I hope it's quick. Are you looking at council to figure out what the governance structure is going to be, what the operation structure is going to be? Because there's the whole physical side of this thing, but then there's kind of, how's this going to run? Who's going to send the bills? What are the consumer protection requirements for whoever sends them? But there's a whole bunch of governance and management type issues that we need a framework for, and some of that framework presumably we're going to want to talk about. So I just curious about the status of that.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes, we are going to need additional counsel beyond what we have. Mr. Anderson's not going to
Right.
travel in that space. And we are looking for those people where the right fit. It's been challenging to find them. There aren't a lot of people in New England who travel in this space, and so some of the recommendations have been further afield.
Are there analogous governance structures, from across the country? I'm
There
just
are.
curious.
There are, and so, we are developing those contacts. And we'll be ideally having a primary sort of council for broadband in general, who then would rely on some specific experts in
Gotcha.
certain areas.
Gotcha.
If that
Thank
helps.
you.
I wish we were further into that process.
What does it take to get there? Is it,
Time and money and attention.
okay. Well, I think there are people here who would be happy to help you to the extent that we can take any of that load. Even just researching analogous regulatory, governance structures, or, I used to work at a big law firm. I can, see whether there are lawyers who know anybody who lawyers this stuff, and it might not be, it might not be a broadband person. It might be, for example, does Jeff Wright know anybody who's, got a lot of experience creating governance structures for electric co-ops who, for whom there might be some ability to translate.
And as context, that's Mr. Anderson is not a broadband specialist.
Right.
He is a utility.
Right,
specialist
exactly, yeah.
Who can then apply his
Mhm.
knowledge of broadband space. So we are making some of those contacts. I think, Marianne will talk, maybe she doesn't agree, but that some of the governance questions really do belong at the council table.
Mm-hmm.
And so to the extent that you're ready to start talking about them, I think that would be very helpful to the process. And it probably does need to start.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Sven.
Two quick questions. One, it seems like this is starting to get to be a time where the utility district or Jeff can lend in. So I assume he's sort of at least parlaying and you're able to leverage that and work with them. The real question I have though, having worked with Rural Dana, and they're very, very good. I've also seen those budgets sort of get out of control before you actually blink. Is there any need to have check steps, like a cap on this approval of this, even if it's 10,000? I mean, I'll make it way above what number you're talking about, but I just, or would that be a hindrance?
I'll defer to Marianne. I don't think that would be unreasonable. I don't know if it was anticipated as part of the conversation or not.
I didn't follow your question.
In other words, well, the estimate was roughly 3,000. It looks like it's gonna be even better than that. Having worked with this firm, and they're a great firm, but I know how $560 hour goes. My gut would say putting a cap on at least as a check step, so have to come back a little bit,
I'd be happy.
would make me feel better.
Yeah, I'd be more than happy to do that.
Okay.
But if you want to do it at 10 or 15 or 20, he'd be happy.
Even if
to
it's
do
just a
that.
tripwire so that.
Yeah, that's all I'm looking
So
for.
that
It's
you
really
know
just-
there's not,
You know, what we could do is start looking, just put a running total, we can put in town manager's report and say, just as an FYI, the cost to date for this has been this, the cost to date has been this. Maybe it's every other month instead of every monthly, but then again, I can tell you, Amy and I
Oh, yeah.
have our barometers up, and when we see
Sure.
something that goes through the roof, we
Yeah,
both react,
absolutely.
so.
So I guess if based on all that, I also want to minimize work. So tracking, you know, you're obviously going to track it, but to have reports on it. If you're okay having a fairly high, like 15,000, you mentioned that number, I'd probably feel more comfortable having a check step in there personally.
Bill McComb?
I think if you read his letter of engagement, it says right now that he would provide anticipate what the costs are on
Yeah.
that, so I think that
Yeah.
you know, if either Amy or Mary Ann, you know, they could do that as they go along the way, which she obviously has already, but I think that's a wise decision that it's common on his end, because he put it into the engagement letter.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I make a motion to approve the retention of Errol Dana LLP to perform legal services for the Island Wide Broadband project, not to exceed 15,000.
Second. Discussion? All those in favor, Mark? Keith?
Yes.
Martha?
Aye.
I'm in favor. Sven?
Aye.
Motion will carry 5-0. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Marianne. Next item on the agenda is a discuss and act on a town resolution supporting Block Island LGBTQ+ Pride Weekend, September 16th through 19th. A resolution has been crafted and I'll read it. This is a New Shoreham Town Council resolution in support of Block Island Pride, September 16th through 19th, 2021. Whereas in June 19th, let me start that again. Whereas in June of 19, I can blow that up. These glasses aren't big enough. Whereas in June of 1969, the Stonewall Uprising sparked the gay liberation movement in the United States and worldwide, and has since served as an anchor for recognizing Pride events internationally. Whereas lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer plus people still experience harassment and discrimination based on their sexual orientation and gender identity locally, nationally, and internationally. Whereas although much progress has been made, including but not limited to gaining civil rights protections in Rhode Island in 1995 and 2001, winning the right to marry in Rhode Island in 2013 and nationally in 2015. More progress needs to be made. And whereas the citizens of the town of New Shoreham have for many years denounced prejudice and unfair discrimination based on age, gender, identity, gender expression, race, color, religion, marital status, national origin, sexual orientation, or physical attributes as an affront to our fundamental principles. And whereas the town of New Shoreham appreciate the cultural, civic, and economic contributions of the LGBTQ plus community, which strengthen our social welfare. And whereas it is imperative that all of the people in our community feel valued, safe, empowered, and supported by their peers and community leaders, regardless of sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression. And whereas this council seeks to affirm that the town and all the residents of New Shoreham should recognize, value, and maintain an inclusive environment with members of the LGBTQ plus community, their families and families of all compositions, whether they call New Shoreham home or are visiting, and cultivate New Shoreham's reputation as a safe harbor for members of the LGBTQ plus community and their families. And whereas pride is a time to celebrate the right to live authentically and to be proud of who you are, instead of ashamed by a social stigma that was and unfortunately still is a reality in our society. Whereas expressions of community solidarity and celebrations promote further efforts toward the full legal, social, and cultural equality for members of the LGBTQ plus community within New Shoreham statewide and beyond. Now therefore be it resolved that the New Shoreham Town Council officially recognizes, supports, and joyously celebrates Black Island Pride, and urges residents to recognize and celebrate the contributions made by the members of the LGBTQ plus community, and to actively promote the principles of equality, liberty, and justice. Be it further resolved that the town council directs the town manager to raise the pride flag at town hall during the celebrations, and be it further resolved that upon passage, copies of this resolution be transmitted to New Shoreham State Senator, Representative in the General Assembly, our Senator and Representative in Congress, all cities and towns in the state of Rhode Island, and the Governor of the state of Rhode Island. Be it further resolved that we decree that this resolution be made part of the permanent record of the town of New Shoreham, witness our hands and seal this 13th day of September 2021. Does the council have any comments on the resolution?
I do.
Okay,
I think we've got a little bit of revisionist history here that I really have an issue with. I grew up here, as you all know, I'm probably almost older than anybody in this room by, I think, 2 months maybe. And I really think this section about this denounce prejudice, I mean, this is the fourth paragraph down, is Block Island has been, I think, traditionally a place where people did come for safe haven, and that goes back to the Settlements Island. But it was always this sort of like, well, we don't want them, but it's okay because we know so-and-so, he's one of us. I'm sorry, I didn't turn my microphone on. And I just think that's just pushing it a bridge too far. I really do. I don't think it reflects the reality of what this place has been for for the first 300 years of the European settlement here. And I would strike it. I just take it out in its entirety. And the liberty, I don't know whether equality, liberty, and justice. I mean, I think it's equality, individual free choice. Is what we're really talking about, isn't it? Isn't that what the objective is? You wrote it, I'm asking you.
yes, I think, but I also think what's in there is asking this, hold on a minute. Asking our residents to promote the principles of equality, liberty, and justice through any part of the community, any person in the community is not a bad thing to do. But if you don't want to keep that in there, we don't have to
No,
put
I
that in.
said, why did you not include individual choice? I think individual choice is and I sit here as the only woman on this council, and
If you would like to change that to individual choice, I don't think that it's going to change the tone or.
I don't think it's going to change the tone, but I do take exception to the fourth paragraph. I just think it's it's a pie in the sky representation of who we weren't, who we would like to believe we were. I didn't try to tone it down because I just didn't think it was.
How about if we just change it to the citizens of the town of New Shoreham denounce prejudice and take out have for many years?
I guess I denounce prejudice and then whereas, move on.
I'm fine with that.
So it's denounce current or
Denounce
denounce?
I think
current.
it's
Denounce
denounced.
current.
I missed the other piece, Martha. I'm so
No,
sorry.
it was just
I
at the
trying to
end,
catch up.
the principles of,
Very
you
bottom
know,
line.
liberty, justice, and the American way, basically, it says, promote the principles of equality, liberty. I want individual choice.
So are you adding individual choice?
No, we'll be removing equality, liberty, and justice. And
No, I wasn't removing all of them. I had equality, individual choice, individual free choice.
So
And that is a principle of the state of Rhode Island going back to the founding of the state in the 1630s.
does the clerk have the change?
I have two changes. The fourth paragraph would read, whereas the citizens of the town of New Shore denounce prejudice. And whereas, and then in the last paragraph on the first page, it says, now therefore be it resolved, New Shore County Council officially recognizes, supports, and joyously celebrates Block Island Pride and its residents to recognize and celebrate the contributions made by members of the LGBTQ community and to actively promote the principles of equality and individual free choice.
can I just ask, I was under the impression that an essential part of this important movement is to be who you are, in other words, that it's not a choice. So I kind of object to that. I mean,
Okay, I
I
understand what you're
just,
saying.
you know what I mean? I think we
Individ-
all are who we
Individual
are.
freedom.
Yeah,
Individual freedom.
whatever, individual freedom is fine. I don't.
So is it now say principles of equality and individual freedom? Is that what we're looking towards?
I mean, if you want liberty and justice, that's fine, but I just think individual freedom is really important. That the individual seems to have been lost in all of the verbiage here. And that's what's really to me, the most important piece of all of this.
Go ahead, Trent.
I have one other suggestion, and it just trying to gain clarity, because the agenda item talked about September 16th to 19th, the third to last, be it further resolved. Right now, it says the town council directs the town manager to fly the pride flag at town hall during the celebrations. Do we just want to say town hall between 9:16 and 9:19? And I'm just linking that to the agenda. Or just trying to specify periods so that it's clear. Assuming that's the right dates, 9:16 and 9:19. Sorry, taking it off now.
I'm sorry, give me a second. I'm just writing down these changes so that I can. Oh, I have it. I'm fine with that. Okay, so be it further resolved, the town council directs the town manager to actually, it should be raise the flag instead of fly. To raise the pride flag at town hall during September 16th through 19th.
I would say town hall between 9:16 or between and including 9:16-9:19.
Okay. Any further changes, suggestions? Before I open it up to the public? Kristen, did you have a comment?
I wouldn't change it. Where Martha is pointing us to paragraph 4, it doesn't say that we've been denouncing prejudice since 1661. It just says for many years we have denounced prejudice, and I would say that was truthful. And I personally like equality, liberty, and justice, because those are the overall components that everyone deserves.
Thank you. Anybody else? Any other public comment? Young man in the back row, step up to the mic and state your name for the record, please.
All right, my name is Austin Moore, and I would like to thank everybody here for recognizing the work that I've been doing for this initiative. I don't think that it is easy for many people, especially in some of the areas on this island. I would name the employee housing. I would look there. There's some rather problem things happening to the people there, and there's some people that forced to leave the island based on some things that have happened to them there. So I think making the statement now is very important to the movement as a whole, and it's never too late to start doing these sorts of things. I think recognizing this weekend is very important to me personally, and to many people who come and visit this island and live here. So I think this is a really powerful statement to make. And again, I appreciate everybody who's been involved in making this happen. There's so many people who have supported me through this work, and I'm really excited to see it happen. I hope many of you plan to come to some of these events. I think it would be a very important moment in Volcano history. So yeah, please attend. I would encourage all of you to come to the march at the very least. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. Anybody else have any comment on the topic?
I think we all appreciate the work that you've done and the brightening up of town that you've done. Encourage a few people to do a little more themselves.
I'll make a motion, we accept, well, are we gonna make these changes? I mean, I obviously wrote this, so I'm happy with the way it sounds. But if there's 3 votes to change that, I mean, I'll call a vote. But I do think that we need to change fly to raise. I think we need to put the date in there. And I just didn't know how, if you want to add the, principles of equality, liberty, and justice. I mean, I think equality and justice are a big point, a big issue with the gay community. I want to add individual to that.
Okay,
and
this individual just seems.
Individual.
Individual is so important.
Individual choice.
The individual freedom.
Individual freedom.
We changed it to.
So.
Or Keith corrected me.
Keep the rest of it?
I do.
So the end of that reading, you'd be happy with the rest of that reading, principles of equality, liberty, justice, and individual freedom?
Yeah.
Okay, so Molly, you got that? And are we going to go up to the 4th paragraph? How do we feel about that?
In my opinion, I think the key point is we're denouncing prejudice. I mean, and that's really the major thing, but don't get the wrong way. The rest of it is sort of all descriptors of prejudice. So I'm fine with Martha's changes.
I think sometimes a stronger statement is a more
Yeah, just
simple
short,
one.
crisp.
Yep,
So
I agree with
I'm
that.
fine with Martha's statement.
So you want that,
Appreciate all the work.
the citizens of the town of New Shoreham have for many years denounced
No, no.
prejudice.
No.
T-
I'm just saying, whereas
Denounced.
The citizens in New Shoreham denounce prejudice, period.
Yeah, that's what I got.
Yeah, just.
Denounce prejudice. Fine with that. Make a motion that we approve the town council resolution supporting Block Island LGBTQ plus Pride Weekend, September 16th through 19, with the changes discussed this evening. Seconded by Sven. All those in favor, Mark, And Sven? Keith?
Yes.
Martha?
Aye.
And I'm in favor also. Motion carry 5-0. Austin, thank you for your efforts. I hope it leads to much bigger and better things for this town.
I'm not
Next.
sure what is unfair discrimination? We're denouncing unfair discrimination. We took it out, but I'm not really sure there's such a thing. It's
Next.
fair discrimination.
We took it out.
We took it out.
Next item on the agenda is to approve of the approval of the National Grid easement on Town Beach property.
So, it's almost completed. What I would ask the council to do is, I'm working with Kathy Marilla on this and also folks from National Grid. We're just finalizing the wording. We agreed on the amount that they're going to give for the temporary easement strictly to do the testing and the cammering and the cleaning of the conduit, to be sure they can use it going forward. So what I would ask that you authorize Kathy and I to just finalize it with National Grid and authorize me to sign it for you.
What are we gonna do, getting the parking lot straightened out?
Yeah.
Whose responsibility ultimately will that be?
It's, as I understand it, the responsibility of the parking lot is with Orsted. Both parties have been notified. It, not solicitor, our engineer Jim Jeremiah is aware of it, and we discuss it with them. And I've told Matt that that's his responsibility to work with the appropriate people to get that resolved. So everyone's on notice, everyone knows what's going on. And it will be resolved this probably, hopefully before the winter sets in.
So what does the agreement look like? Or is there a change in economic terms? Is there, what is it?
Yeah, for the temporary easement that they're going to be there, they're arriving October 5th and they'll be going by December 31st, most likely early. If they can be successful, what they're doing is it'll be $26,000.
Good, Sven.
How does that 26,000 relate to the past cost per day or cost per initiative?
The last amount was, hang on, let me think for a minute, was $239,000, I think was the amount, Amy, if I'm correct on that number. It's $239,000. The $26,000 based on what needs to be done in the time frame, we think is an adequate amount. And we're pretty comfortable with that amount. If by chance this doesn't work and something else needs to be done, we'd be looking at a different easement for additional, if the project needs to continue beyond the December 31st timeline.
So just to make sure I get it, from a math point of view, that's a 1/10 of the last time, right? 26 versus 295 or whatever. Is it a 1/10 the time or?
Keep in
I was
mind,
just thinking.
they're only on they'll only be in the parking lot. They won't be on the beach. It's strictly in that parking lot that they'll be working
And
in.
boats.
So it's a smaller area.
Yeah.
So to connect those dots and do that mathematical equation is not the way to do it.
Okay.
Bill McComb?
I'm sorry?
Bill McComb.
We came up with based on what?
Can you repeat that?
So what's Sven saying, so what's the formula that came up with the $26,000?
There's not a specific formula that we came up with that. What we did was we took a look at what it would take and the time associated with the temporary, it's a temporary easement. It's not a permanent easement, and they're just in the parking lot. If by chance this conduit cannot be fixed, so to speak, we'll be revisiting the easement with them, which would probably include more property and more area and more time.
So I guess my question would be, is it a daily rate? Is it based on days or is it based on, so, for instance, this gets extended an additional month? Is there a set, you have something rolled in, so the additional month is going to be, it was X amount per day, that type of
The
thing?
time frame expected for this, they start on October 5th. And we have it in the easement that they'll be done by December 31st. We anticipate them to be done prior to that, but we gave them that timeline to get that done. With this one, because it's a temporary easement for a short period of time, we did not get into a mathematical formula. We worked with them as to what we thought would be a fair amount. What National Grid first presented to us was they don't want to pay us anything. They thought based on the old easement and the unforeseen circumstances that what happened falls into that. We gave them pushback and we said, no, that's not the case. So I'm comfortable with what we presented and the amount of funding we're receiving from them for this.
One question, not about the funding. Last time they were there, they were working quote unquote 24 hours straight, lights on at night. I mean, it was, sort of a big city there. Is this based on 24 hours kind of thing?
This is-
Just what's the discussion going?
What they're going to do is they're going to TV the pipeline and potentially clean it, and that's it.
Okay,
That's
so
okay.
it's not 24 hours,
No.
big lights, big city thing.
No.
Okay, thank you.
David Lewis?
Sorry, David Lewis.
There's some of the points Keith Stover was making earlier about litigation, legal costs. How much of that $26,000 is going to get paid directly to the town solicitor for legal work? That's more of a rhetorical question.
Yeah, I was just gonna say,
I'm just trying to make a point. $26,000, is that for the line infrastructure plan, is it $26,000 minus, was, fees to us to work on it?
the 26,000 is a gross amount.
So-
Yeah, it's a gross
So
amount.
we have to pay her, relatively speaking.
Her legal fees will come out of the budget amount of the town solicitor line item. So that's where the legal fees come. We won't match it up against that because we don't do it with anything.
Right, but the point being is, not like we can go, that 26 is the value of the easement. It's the value of the easement minus the value of the legal work. That's it. That's the point of council. You don't need to debate that any further, just to make the point, we're all consistent with that.
Yeah,
We'll be-
thank you, David.
We need to get David. We need to get David his own microphone.
Councilor Burr would like to get you your own microphone, David.
I actually have one.
Councilor,
I think it's an important point that David brings up.
Yes.
And the 26 will go to 20 or whatever the number is. So, right, something.
yeah, and I'll also point out, because it did come out twice tonight, it's the solicitor's wages and billing, and we've just approved retaining a law firm for $560 an hour. And what I can tell you is that our town solicitor is what, 190? It's not much, it's not. So it's not, or maybe a little bit more, but the low twos. So I'm happy with her services for what she charges.
Well, as I expressed, I wasn't expressing concern about the services she was offering. I was
It's
expressing.
it's the open checkbook. I understand. But there's a big difference. I'll be quiet. Kristen,
But to Keith's point prior about the project and who's the governance of it and the establishing of it and lawyer fees and the easements. Is your vision like its own department so that there's a page here with all these numbers in one place? Even just tonight, these numbers are here and there and here and there. I'm just curious as to, and maybe you don't have that vision yet, maybe, I know I'm confused, but I don't know if you are, or what does that look like to you? Or is that what you want to discuss in
Yeah.
October? Is this a new department? Will these be new jobs? The question was about the bond. Are we drawing down on that yet? Like how are we gonna store this so that we can all understand it? And maybe we're not there yet.
that's the discussion we're gonna have. Yeah, that's this future discussion we're having.
I'm not there.
Yeah. All right.
Especially here, we've never had a utility district, so a lot of interesting parallels.
Yeah. I just didn't know if anybody could see it clearly.
Carnett.
Anybody? Any other comments, questions, concerns about this topic? Okay, next item on the agenda is discussion inclusion of penalties and all proposed ordinances. Martha, I believe you wanted to have this item added to the agenda this evening?
Yeah, all I wanted was a
You didn't get it. Yeah, you should
Hold on a second.
You didn't. make a motion. You didn't make an motion on the easement.
Oh, I thought we were waiting for you to come back.
No, what I'd like to do is authorize you folks to let us finalize it and sign it so that we can get them here and get the work done.
Looking at an agenda item that says approval of National Grid easement on town property.
So approve the town manager and town solicitor to finalize.
I'd like to see it.
Okay,
Yeah, do you want to make a motion?
No, because I want to see what the easement looks like.
Yeah, okay.
And I have no problem doing, and we're, you know, if we need it.
Yeah, if we need to, yeah, but I'd like to see it. We
That's
get a lot
fine.
of questions. It's one of those things we get a lot of questions about, so I want
Yeah.
to make sure that I'm conversant in it.
So let's do that. and if we
yeah,
need
we
next week-
originally went, it was supposed to be on the Wednesday meeting, the 48
Yeah.
hours change.
Yeah, no, so
We
let's.
on vacation last week, kind of followed the process.
Okay, so you guys will handle that.
Let us know when you want to
Yeah,
do that, and let's
absolutely.
schedule it
Yep.
for this week. Thank you.
Discussion inclusion of, number 10 on the agenda is, discuss inclusion of penalties in all proposed ordinances. Martha, you want to take the lead on that?
No, all I had to say on this was we've had ordinances come up repeatedly. And if there's no penalty in the ordinance, it defaults to the town ordinance, which has become problematic for a multitude of reasons. And thankfully, we usually have a former police chief in the audience who reminds us. And I thought we had more than once said we did not want there to be an ordinance coming to us that was silent on the matter of penalty, because we didn't want things to automatically default to the court and the whole process that then goes into place. And I just wanted to, I guess we need to formalize that any ordinance that we have prepared, unless otherwise instructed, it has to include a penalty fee.
So it doesn't revert. I
Mike,
think, I know what
can
you're
we ask the chief, the former chief,
Just a suggestion to consider.
the FC?
Currently, the ordinance says if there's not a penalty attached to an ordinance, it defaults to the general penalties. If the general penalty right now says that it could be up to $500 and 3 days in jail. If the council is gonna relook at that and make that just a dollar amount up to $500, then it becomes a violation, it's a whole problem. That's probably the simplest way for the councilors to look at and reword the general penalties for the town. And that means it's not attached, because right now, it goes to the 3 days in jail, $500 fine, which makes it. If that's changed to just a fine, then it's a violation, it can be up to whatever. That'd probably be the simplest way to defer to the council.
Yeah, I've got a question for the current chief. I know a couple of times, just because of where I am downtown, I've seen altercations that in, broad daylight. I think one was 20 years ago, when a policeman stops, and it happened to be a moped. And if they had just taken their moped and gone back to wherever they rented it from, everything would have been fine, I presume. But they got into this big fight and ended up in handcuffs. And if they end up in handcuffs, does that fall into another whole category of resisting arrest? And because they were actually fighting with the officers.
Yeah, most likely that would be disorderly conduct, resisting arrest, that would be charged.
And that goes above and beyond our general ordinances.
Correct. That would be this.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure that we weren't like leaving a vacant space there. Okay, thanks.
Do we need a motion, or do we just want to direct the town manager to?
Can we just, I think direct, can't we? We've done it before. I think I don't even know if we had a motion in the past.
So
Is it clear what we're talking about? Yeah,
I can probably figure it out. Just let me know what you want me to do.
we had an issue back in the day, a few years back when, we wanted to have people like, it was, I think this pretty much started with the dunes, walking on the dunes.
and the bags and the balloons.
And the bags, and then it was bags, balloons,
And most recently,
and now masks. So it was basically, what we're saying is that we don't want people to have a misdemeanor on their record for walking on the dunes, not wearing a mask, carrying a plastic bag, or what was the other one? Something like that. But in the future, we're gonna have things like that that come before us that we don't want the penalty to revert to the general ordinances because it'll end up with a misdemeanor on a person's record. And it was and the reasons Bill pointed out earlier. It's just easier to have the dollar amount on there.
well, it's also something, it's a matter of just getting something done and having somebody behave and not having turning it into some big court case over something that's not that shouldn't be a huge thing unless they carry it farther and be a confrontation with the police department. That's a whole different ballgame.
Bill,
Yeah, the simple way is just to have a look at general ordinance.
Oh, that's
Change
right. Change the
change
ordinance.
that.
That's what
Just
we're-
one line is.
you were just trying to,
3 days in jail, it's like-
so we're just trying to clarify what we want Mary Ann to actually do with Kathy to bring
Yeah,
back
what
to
we'll do
us.
is, yeah, we'll set it up so that we can change that's right, that's the road I was going to go down.
Okay. You good?
As
Any
long,
more-
just don't want that coming back to us one more time.
We'll put it on the meeting for October so we can advertise it.
Good, thank you.
It's pretty straightforward, I think.
It should be. We thought that before, though.
Chief, I do want to ask you though, while we're on the topic, is what gets referred to warden's court? And what do you handle in district court?
A lot of the violations can go both. Can go to traffic court, ordinance court, or district court. So there are some specific ordinances that will go to ordinance court. But, it's really a discussion of the officer on what they're writing, whether it's a district court, a traffic court violation or a ordinance court violation.
Okay,
And do you do many ordinance court?
well, no, that's why I'm asking is because I remember I haven't done any. And I don't think Sven's done any.
No, I never did any. I did bail hearings, though.
Well, I'm just
That's a
like,
different thing.
but like the summer of 2019, there was like over, I don't know, we got the records, there was a lot in July and August. I mean, if you look at the police chief's report from August of 2019, there was, I don't want to throw out an arbitrary number, but I believe it was over 40 between June, July.
One big change this year has been district court appearances and arraignments, where in the past, the first warden would do just the police duties. Now we're doing video arraignments, and that's new as of
No, that's,
really the last 6 months, 8 months since COVID.
Right, so that's a policy that,
Interesting. And so we've done quite a few of those, where defendants are appearing over a video conference. And being arraigned via video,
so that's a policy that you've instituted within the past 6 months.
yes.
Yeah. Well, I think it's a lot easier anyway. I mean, to be honest, I'm glad I don't get calls at 2:00 in the morning to go to the police station. But,
Because even in the past, so when we use adjustment fees, or in this case, the first warning, there's still another appearance that has to go to district court. So this way, by doing a video appearance, it takes care of it all in one shot.
to me, it eliminates an unnecessary step. Yeah.
we're getting into the 21st century.
It was a scam to me. It was a scam.
Excellent.
Next item on the agenda is to receive and act on minutes. Molly,
Thank you.
the minutes, there's no dates on the agenda. I'm just, it's the ones that were in our packet. And those are going to include May 19th, August 18th, May 19th, 2021, August 19th, June 6th. June 6th and what?
No, June sixth was a Sunday.
I think I have them all. June 16th. Yes, that's a one pager. All right. Some of these are closed session minutes. Does anybody have any changes, additions, corrections to those? Because if so, we'll have to go into closed session.
I have one on the Wednesday, August 18th.
How do we handle?
Let's do the regular first.
All right. Close, we only have one, right?
Yes.
We only have one regular. I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of Wednesday, June 16th, 2021. He's got changes to one. Of the rest of them? All right, we can do them all. Hold on. So, Mark, I'm sorry, can you repeat the date on that you had a issue?
Wednesday, August 18th. closed session.
Wednesday, August 18th. All right. The rest of my minutes.
Yeah,
Hold
I
on.
don't have it.
You don't have the 18th?
Is that from before?
What's that stone?
I have closed session minutes. I don't have any open session minutes in my packet. Did I miss them?
You have one. We're only doing closed sessions tonight.
Only the closed session of August 18th.
Okay. So we have to go into closed session to do those, correct?
If only if there's a change.
Mark has a change.
Is an addition.
There's an addition.
I'll put it on the next agenda.
Yeah, that'd be good. Do you want to approve the other ones? All right.
I'd love to.
Yep. All right. So, Sven, I only got two. You do it. I only got two.
Sven, I think is yours.
Yeah, it is. I make a motion. So we can do the other closed session.
Yeah, me too.
Good.
It may have been from before.
Keep me straight. I make a motion to approve the closed session meetings minutes from May 19th, 2021, 10 p.m. I make a motion. Conference for closed session minutes from Wednesday, May 19th, 6:30 p.m.
Second. Oh, you have June 16th.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Also, the New Shore Town Council minutes from June 16th, 2021 at 7 p.m. and the Town Council minutes from Tuesday, September 7th, 2021 at 7 p.m.
Second.
Yeah, sure. Second, motion made second, all in favor, Mark?
Aye.
Sven, aye, I'm in favor, Martha,
Aye.
and Keith.
Yes.
Motion will carry. 5-0.
The one that's outstanding, Marley, is that August 18th.
Next item on the agenda is to discuss an act on acquisition of real estate at the overlook property at flat 19 lot 3 with a premature disclosure would adversely affect the public interest. This item may be held in closed session pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws 42465A5. Any discussions or considerations related to the acquisition of real lease or real property for public purposes or for the disposition of publicly held property wherein advanced public information would be detrimental to the interests of the public. In Rhode Island General Laws 42-46-5A7, a matter related to the question of the investment of public funds with a premature disclosure would adversely affect the public interest. Public funds shall not include any investment plan or matter related thereto, including but not limited to state lottery plans for new promotions. Anything that can be said before the meeting? I mean, I just. Robbie, you?
Yeah, I have a question, as we started this back in May, there was a big rush. And, everything's thrown together haphazard for the meeting, you pack the room and vote it through. And here it is 5 months later, we're still trying to go through the process. I want to know why. Why didn't you come to, not that I'm opposed to it, I'm opposed to the process. Because it isn't right. You withheld information that if the public knew about, the fact that the property had zoning issues. I came across a letter from Mark after the meeting. And it's just wrong, no matter how you cut it. So now I know you're going into, what was the appraisal that came back?
8.25.
So
All right, well, let me finish. This has been building up for a long time. We can find millions of dollars to do broadband and buy property, but we can't maintain our buildings. Now, I've been looking after the North Lake for 30 years, and I'm tired, and I want to resign. The town manager has to get me somebody that I can train. With that said, we need to invest in our buildings. So when you negotiate with the land trust, you should be calling the shots. You tell them, this is what we're paying, and these are the uses that we want. Their job, that's your job. That's what they collect money from, to protect open space. Now, if we look at that lot, I can come up with a lot of other community benefits for that land than just a dock for the harbor master. Which I used to have my boat over there, and I know in the nor'easter, you got 6-foot rollers that come in there. It's not an appropriate place for a harbor's facility. What I recommend you do, since the Champlins debacle is coming to a head now, that we start negotiating with Champlins and come up with and work together for a mutual benefit of everyone. I spent 10 years on planning, and we hold applicants' feet over the fire when they come before us. And then to see the town come in with a haphazard last minute for no reason, because we didn't, you would have thought been all over by now. But because it had issues and you rushed, that's why I opposed it. So I'm just asking you, when you negotiate with the land trust, you call the shots, not the other way around. By doing it this way, it prevented all public comment on what would be appropriate there. You just pull this thing out of the air because we've been trying to have a harvest facility. And for years, I kept saying, work the marinas. The marinas were put there because that's an appropriate location for a marina. And for years, I said, let's work with the marinas, come up with a mutual public-private partnership. I spoke my piece. I'm sorry if I offended anyone.
You didn't,
Thank you, Robbie.
not at
Thanks
all.
for waiting.
Thank you,
till,
Rob.
9:30 to do so. Closed session, not we consent. I'll make a motion that we go into closed session for item.
Oh, we didn't even give them the full appraisal amount.
Recording in progress. Make a motion that we go into closed session on item number 12 on the agenda. Already read it. Second by Sven. All those in favor, Keith?
Yes.
Martha? I'm in favor. Sven and Mark. Motion will carry 5-0. Second report. When we come on closed session, we will make sure that we do so.
Thank you, everybody.
Take care, David.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Austin. Thank you, Amy. And thank you,
Bill.
Stephen.
Take care, man.